Is it working? All right, we're working. Okay. Cool. Let's see. All right. Alright, today we're working on a Cursed City figure. So, let's go ahead and get started with that. I say let's get started, and I look over, and I don't have any paper towels to wick away any water with. So that could go poorly very quickly. Now, I do have a reference image up there. You can see him very clearly. I don't know that I want to go with that color scheme. I don't know that I like the purple with the gray there. I'm kind of more into maybe just a gray robe, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay, we've got Rush, we've got our guy. Let's lose the watch, because that's going to become inconvenient very quickly. Okay. I did not... You know what? I spent like all morning preparing for the stream, and I'm sitting down, and I'm like, oh god, everything is awful. Up our water level just a little. Okay. So, we have our model here. Am I centered? Can't tell. I'm not. I need to be down here. Can't really see him. Need to get another light, but that'll be a with time kind of situation. All right. So I guess we'll start with the lower row. Let's see. See, they got more of a blue gray. Do we go with the blue gray, or do we go more? We go more neutral tone. I'm feeling more neutral. He's an old man. Neutral seems more appropriate, so we're gonna go with a neutral. That is the most under thing. Unless I go with, oh, no, that's kind of still under. Yeah, we'll start there. So let's see, where are we on the screen? We're right there, so we'll do them down. Starting off, neutral gray. Over his... I need to put... Here we go. Let's see. What's up, Walrus? No, I don't think I've seen that name in a long time. Alright, is that coming through? Yeah, you can see that. Hey, look at that. You can actually see what I'm doing this time. Last stream, we were doing a lot of dark browns and you couldn't see it. And we get the ferrets again. You know, I don't have an answer for that. I could look into it. I'm sure there's a reason. He kind of just looks like an old librarian, though, right? It's just one of those kinds of things, man. I don't know why he's, like, out on the field, like, battling vampires. You know, even if that's what he's doing. I don't know if he's, like, one of the heroes or one of the bad guys. Yeah. Cool. I may have already fucked. That's fine. We just started. If I did fuck up, it doesn't matter. At this point, right? Huh. I wonder. Yeah. I'm gonna probably go with this is such a fucking goofy soundtrack. I might go with the gray blue for the upper robe where they've got purple. I might go more of a gray blue rather than the let's call that plum. Probably wrong. That's probably not the right color to call that. No, this is the Heartbound OST. It too is royalty free. But this is from Heartbound. Got shoes. He's got one little shoe poking out there. What color is that? It's black on the model. We're not gonna leave it. I'm gonna probably end up giving him like some Keebler Elf green shoes. Like there's a lot of like free OSTs that you can go out and get. I've really debated. There was one on Humble Bundle actually. There was a shit ton of different music, but I think it ended yesterday, and it was like $20. I think it was something like 500 songs. I'm not positive about that. I almost did it, but I didn't want to spend $20 on it. We're going with this, and it's just, you know, we're actually pretty deep into the soundtrack already. Let me look over. Where are we? Yeah, we're on track 38 because I just continued off from where we ended the other day. This is what we had playing on stream today. So I just carried over from there. Hope seemed to enjoy it. So, I left it on. And I know Rain enjoys it too. But she listens to, she watches somebody else who has this on. Just because the developer actually encourages people to use their music. Supposedly it's available on Spotify. But I couldn't find it, so I actually just bought the OST. Oh, well, see, why you gotta go and immediately invalidate? You don't have to respond to that. It's not. You don't have to make me look like more of a fool. It's okay. Another coat. A little bit of primer. Yeah, doesn't Thor have this playing in the background for his? Am I mistaken about that? I could be mistaken. I could be completely talking out of my head. Yeah, see? Okay. Looks good. I get up under. I get under the staff and beard. So much beard on this man. Is this the kind of beard that you were wanting to grow out there, Walrus? I feel like this is your style of beard. I'll go on all the way down to the ground and then swooping away. A lot of hype trains and puts on only one song for those. Oh, well, that makes sense. Books look like they use red leather. Well, just let it grow, man. You just gotta, you know, brush it out every day. Alright. His books have that red leather look to them. So, yes, yeah. I guess burnt red's gonna be the best way to go for it. So I said this last stream. I'm gonna say this basically every stream. I don't do like normal people do whenever they use their wet palette, where they put all the colors down at once that they're gonna use. I don't know why. I don't. I always just I put the colors down as I go along. So I know that's gonna be frustrating for anybody who comes back and maybe watches this VOD, as unlikely as that is, but that's how I roll. I do the colors as I go. Mostly because a lot of times I don't know what I'm doing. I should have done the pages first. Keep getting ahead of myself and realizing too late when I need to do something. Oh well. We will do the pages next. That's fine. Let's do book. Now, put that scroll on it. How I should do that? Is that paper? Has it got a little shell? No, it's just paper. So do that whenever we do the pages. That coming through? You able to see that? Able to see what I'm doing? Not really. Kind of not really. Oh well. That's once again me not being good at what I do. But we're improving. We did so much yesterday and then this morning, getting ready for the second stream, that things are already infinitely better. Like, I can actually listen to the music this time and not go deaf. That was a problem last stream, where if I had the music up loud enough for y'all to be able to hear it, I was gonna just die. But yeah, it's a process. Like, literally every time we sit down to do something, it's like, oh yeah, we should have done this. We got to get this done as well. So right now, eventually the plan is to be streaming like 5 to 6 days a week, but right now it's looking like an every other kind of day, maybe even 3 days kind of situation, because there's so much behind the scenes that needs to get done to actually prepare to do these things that I never take into account, because it's been 10 years since I've streamed. So, and I didn't do this, like, the stuff I did before was a lot less involved. It was do some game capture, make sure the camera's working correctly, make sure the game is coming through, and then just stream that. I didn't do any effects or anything like that. So yeah, the way I did it before was way less involved. Like, just getting my avatar to respond correctly. Just before the stream, whenever I fired this up, he was not working right. I had to go in and fix him, because for whatever reason, the lighting effects just stopped working. And yeah, so I had to go in and fix that. And that was like literally a minute before hitting go live. So yeah, lots of little things that got to get figured out. That red coming through, kind of coming through. You can kind of see it. It'll look better whenever I actually get some color on that. on his upper robe. It'll give some more contrast, a little bit more definition. There's still just so much primer and such a lack of light that that's not really all that visible. But once I go and actually get a second light going, I will be able to give y'all a better view of what's going on. I might even be able to get the focus to work out better. Because right now, I don't know if y'all can tell, the focus is still a little off. It's a lot better. It's like way better than it was last stream. But it's still a little off. But I think that will improve whenever I've got the lighting feed. I'm also starting to wonder if I've got the right power adapter for my light, because I remember this light that I'm using right now being a lot brighter than it is. And it's not doing what I want it to do. It's not as bright as I remember, and I do have it like maxed out. And like I said, I remember it being brighter, so I might have the wrong power adapter hooked up to it. I'll have to hunt that down because, again, it's been so long since I've actually used it that things have gone missing. 100% my fault. I probably packed it wrong when we moved. Well, I say that. I had the adapter whenever we moved here, but I think I shifted my desk around a few months back, and when I did that, I think that's when it disappeared. So right now we just have an adapter that might not be providing enough power, but it fits. It does use a barrel plug, so it could be just a factor of that. Anyways, all right, looks look pretty good. We're gonna come back in later and do some gold overlay on some of the details there. Right now, we need to do those pages. So to do the pages, what do I want to do? I don't like khaki. Really don't like the pale yellow. Let's go warm white. So this is our warm white, or heavy white. I don't know why they call it heavy. I think it's just they put too much pigment in it, is really what it comes down to. So it's extra thick. I think that'll do good for the pages. Sorry, I gotta remember to actually take drinks this round. It was like 2 hours before I took a drink last stream, and my throat hated me for that. So, trying to remember to actually take the time to take a drink. What is that? That is so thick. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see like it maintains shape. It's so thick. Alright. We're doing a white over black, so almost off screen. I may need to rearrange my desk so that I stay on key better and still be comfortable painting. Because if you're not comfortable when you're painting, you're really just going to start hating this. Strap. Look, has that shielded by, and it's shielded by his robe from the side. There's a strap. You know, as shitty as Games Workshop has been logistically, which I think is, I don't know if it's Games Workshop's fault or if it's the warehouse's fault, but somebody is definitely not doing something right over there. But Their models are still just top notch. I really hate to admit that. That color coming through? Yeah, it's coming through. What's funny is I actually have I have two instances of the stream open right now. I've got one on my computer that I can monitor, and then I've got one on my iPad that I've got over here so I can monitor chat. But the iPad is a good 10 seconds behind the main stream on the computer. So I may be slow to respond purely because where I can see chat is a little behind. So just something. If it takes me a little while to respond to you, more longer than you think it should, that's what it is. My delay that I'm watching is higher than it should be, even though I'm on the same Wi-Fi. The delay is... Oh shit. I'm gonna have to go in and fix it, but that's fine. This model is progressing so quickly. But then again, even though, like I was saying, GW does these great models, but they also know whenever there's not detail needed. And I think that's a failure that a lot of people who design miniatures is running, you go and you get 3D printed STLs, or even Ravage Star. I just sold off my Ravage Star minis because there was an excessive amount of detail. It's oh yeah, they're so detailed. It's great. It's yeah, they're so detailed. That doesn't translate to good for painting. That just translates to a lot of detail. The miniatures look great unpainted, but once you start trying to paint them, it's oh, I've got all these extra things I have to work. I didn't have to on other models. And some people want that, some people don't. I think a lot of companies are going to of putting too much detail on their models. And that is a shortcut in my opinion. But my opinion doesn't account for much in the hobby space because I am still basically unknown. I would love to have my own line of miniatures one day. I'd really love to have my own line of paints one day. With the obsession I have with buying paints, I would love to have my name on my own. But that is an undertaking I feel would be a mistake. Oh, especially after everything that happened with Broken Anvil. Oh my god. Those paints were supposed to come out in August of last year. I think they're currently delayed indefinitely. Awful. Do the straps now? Or do I wait? I should... Oh, I missed part of the page. I should actually finish the page. Little spot underneath here. That's a little high. Let's see if I can get it. Okay, I got it on the robe, but that's why you do the under part first, so that whenever you start working on later pieces, it's not a problem. See, a little bit hidden behind his beard and staff. Not a part of the model that anybody's really ever going to see whenever they're looking at it or when you're playing the game. I know it's... Okay, that's actually a really good color for paper. Old paper, I should say. That's a really good color for that. I really like how that turned out. Yeah. Good. So if we're starting... well... could do, because there's a scroll that's right here. I could do this scroll. I could start painting on it. Need... Let's do the book straps. Let's do these straps here. The one in his hand that he's holding against his chest, it doesn't have it. The other two do. This one that has it here underneath, I don't like that, but we're gonna do it anyways. This one actually has two straps. Do this. We're gonna say these books all come from the same collection. So yeah, the high detail is only good on really big. Sorry, I didn't look. I've been so focused on the miniature, I haven't looked at the chat. Yeah, like really big miniatures having a whole lot of detail is great because you really feel like you're accomplishing something. But there's a lot of instances where like a lot of detail on something that's like the size of a Space Marine, like that's you don't want a ridiculous amount of detail. Like the amount of detail that Space Marines have is good. Whenever you start getting into stuff like the Aldari, those start getting a little heavy on detail, but it's still an acceptable amount. But when it's like every square millimeter has like 3 different textures to it, that's just too much. But yeah, whenever you're looking at like the Demon Primarchs or something like that, it's like, oh yeah, he's got a lot of details. Yeah, he's huge. Should have a lot. Eventually, I'm going to end up painting Mortarion on stream. That's going to be a lot of fun. I have a Keeper of Secrets. That's going to be. I'm not great with flesh. Like I did Magnus the Red. You can see that on my Instagram. I did Magnus the Red a little while back, and I somehow accomplished a really good job doing his flesh. But I'm actually pretty decent with shading reds. Like red capes for Chaos Marines, I'm pretty good with that. And since his flesh is essentially just a lot of red leather, I did a pretty good job with that. I don't know. I can do reds pretty well. But when it comes to actual flesh tones, not so much. But Keeper of Secrets, you're looking at, you know, a purple flesh tone, so maybe I'll know what I'll be able to accomplish what I want there a little bit easier. I really like you to get there. Yeah, Keeper of Secrets with her like lilac flesh tones, that could be really interesting. I don't know. I do so much Death Guard that I'm good with greens. I'm somehow good with reds. Everything else, I'm just horrendous with. Is really why I keep stream, or why I've decided to stream, because I'm just gonna end up getting better and better over time. Or at least I hope that's how it's going. Alright. Let's do that. We're gonna do that scroll, but that right. Where's that? Is that part of the scroll? That might be part of the scroll. I think it is. We're gonna redo that. That's fine. We'll let that dry. While we do the rest. Paper. It also has a wrap. Oh. Crap, I don't know how to do that. iPad, why are you telling me about emails? Why are you telling me about emails for something I haven't bought anything from in a while? God. Okay. Scroll's a little bit more difficult than I was expecting. I need to thin the paint. We're gonna have to multiple coats. Actually, you know what I should have done? I should have made the scroll more of a vellum than a paper. vellum would imply that it's ancient and important. But I decided to go with paper. I say might. We're probably going to age this paper a bit to, I don't... Stick with that. Yeah, we'll probably end up aging the paper. But I should have gone with more of a vellum. Vellum, like I said, it gives that aged appearance. The creepy thing is, I'm over here and I'm hearing Rain typing like crazy. And I don't see anything appear in the chat. And it's like, oh yeah, she's got actual things that she does on her own. Then there's other times where she starts typing and it is directed at me. It's like, I don't know what to do. This looks so crunchy. Is that coming through on the stream? Yeah, it's kind of coming through. It looks so crunchy. I need centered. Oh, that other book is blue. Crap. Wait, that also? Wait. That's paper as well. That's not part of his robe. That's paper. Okay. Actually look at your reference model once in a while, Visit. Jeez. But don't be like that. I need your sass, Walrus. Yeah. The one he's holding and the one under his left arm, I think those are both red books. But then that one that looks like it's about to fall is blue. I don't know that I want to do that as blue, though. I mean, it would give a little bit more visual interest to the model. Yeah, like I said, it might give more visual interest. I don't know. We'll see. Next, I need to actually look at my reference model a little bit. Huh. I'm also looking at his base and seeing that there are things on his base that I do not have. So, that's okay. Just have to get a little creative. Stuff that the GW actually added in. Do blue? You know what? No, we're not going to do blue. We're not going to do blue. We are going to change the color of that book, but we're just not going to do blue. I want him to be a little bit more my model than Games Workshop. So we'll go in. We'll paint that. Okay. That beard is gonna be. That's gonna be very challenging to get that beard. Let's see. Be the most appropriate thing to do now. Well, I guess we finished the scroll. We should do the handles on the scroll. We don't want to use the brown we've already got on the palette. Using that for our leathers. I want to use something else. So let's go mahogany. We have an actual mahogany color. We're going to use mahogany. Now, who in their right mind would make the handles of a scroll out of mahogany? That's, I don't know. I don't think anybody would actually be crazy enough to do that. But we're gonna. All my colors are coming through. Yeah. I really wish I could get rid of this ridge. It's so much more prominent on camera than it is, like, in person. I don't know why it's doing It's a little dark. You can't see it because it's in the shadow. Fine. There's a light on that side of the screen. I have a light that goes there, but it'll give you a seizure if I turn it on, so. Not gonna do it. Again, stuff. So much back and forth. Do these things. These are the things that y'all always miss when I'm just painting in private, is all the times that I go in and it's like, oh shit, I missed this. Oh, I missed this. Oh, there's still so much primer showing through over here. Why is that? Like on that Tina model that we did last stream, there was a lot. There was a lot of primer that didn't get painted over, but that's mostly because that model was so tiny. That model was ridiculously tiny. And me and my stupid self, I've got another Borderlands model ready to go. In case this one doesn't last. We can work with that. Highlight that in a little bit. Let's go back to our paper. The rest of it looks like, yeah, the rest of it's tucked under. Don't have to worry about getting the so it looks appropriate when complete. All right, so that's better coverage. Better coverage there. Now let's do that book. What color? We don't want to do blue. Blue is not what we want. Let's do. Cable for my camera's getting stuck in my paint wheel. Just that. Ow! I hit my head on my light. Okay. Rock. Do we want? It's kind of bright. Right thing. So let's start dark. Use a camo green for the base, and then we'll highlight it. We'll highlight it later on with proper green, and that'll give the appearance that it's more of that bright color. But yeah, looking at the model, it makes sense that the different books would have different colors. The green. Camo green. Come on. Camo green. Under. No, I don't think that. I was wondering if like a transparent would be able to put something there. But this. Ooh. This is brighter than I thought this might actually. I was thinking of the dark camo green. That's what I grabbed the camo green. So yeah, like Pro Acryl makes all these different colors. And because of my obsession with buying paint that I know that my wife hates, I've got all these colors. And Pro Acryl is nice enough to actually name their paints colors that make sense. Like you have dark camo green. It's like, okay, yeah, I know what those colors are gonna look like. Burnt red. That's what I used on these books originally. I know what that color is gonna look like, as opposed to, Citadel with your Wazdaka red. Like, what the fuck is that? Or Wraithbone. Things like that. Like, you have all these colors that it's just like, you could theoretically just name them what they are, and people could judge from there. But no, that is not the Games Workshop way. Definitely should have paid attention the first time around. This is not covering the red well, but why would green cover red well? Lemon and orange? I don't have a lemon. I have a golden yellow. That's basically. Okay. Oh my god. That was a stroke. I think that's gonna. Yeah. Like I said, we'll use a pure green highlight later to brighten it up. Yes, a lot of back and forth. Put in my bio, I'm a bit of a speed painter. That's... I'd like these things to be more artistic. I'd love to be able to enter in more competitions with my models. I have one competition that I really need to finish a piece for this month, because the due date is approaching very quickly. I think I've got just a couple of days. This might end up being our competition piece. Who's to say? No, there's no theme this month. I need to reach out to the guy who runs the competition, because he does this every month. He does a competition every month of you know what? I've already got mahogany down. Let's just use that. He does a contest every single month. That is, it's in a local Discord. And I try to enter in as often as I can. And whenever he first started the competition, he was like, every other month we're going to do a theme. I have not seen a theme for that competition since October of last year. So I need to reach out to him to see if I can get him to do a theme. And if I can, we'll stream actually doing our piece for the month. Hopefully I can. If not, well, shit happens. And we're just gonna end up doing whatever and choosing a model that we think would look good for the competition. A lot of people in that competition like to vote for stuff that has a lot of decals on it, and I kind of disagree with that. because that's not actually part of the paint job. I don't know if y'all agree with me on that. Oh, hey, Layla, I'm sorry, I did not see you join. You... Why am I am not... I'm showing a viewer count of 1. Yeah, I'm still showing a viewer count of 1. Okay. Alright, well, it was nice having you for however long you happen to be here. If you're still here, cool. Love having new people in the chat. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I'm only seeing one person on my thing. Oh well, cool. Hey, it's nice having you here. I've only been doing this for... this is literally my second stream ever. So, I really appreciate you hopping in and hanging out with us. I do think that this is going to end up being our competition piece. As much as I didn't really want it to be. So, now that I've kind of made that decision... No, I get you. No, I totally understand. The only reason I can engage is because I'm on my microphone. Like, it's totally cool if you don't want to write that much. Having the more people that are here, just the better this does overall. What is going on with this staff? This weird spiral. Got this weird spiral and this weird thing that's in this spiral, which you can kind of see it there. I guess it's got a little glowy thing in there. We'll try to do the glowy. I've got some fluorescence that'll make that look good, or some, well, just a turquoise. Okay. You're getting pretty far along pretty quickly. I'm getting a lot more of these base colors down in a relatively short period of time. Yeah, we're not even an hour in. Oh my god. Well, probably going to end up doing another model on this stream, depending on how dedicated I get to doing highlights. How much blend. We'll see. There's a good chance of me going neurotic on this. Okay. I'm gonna do that upper row. Like I said at the beginning of this, I don't want to do that purple. Yeah, it's moving along a lot faster than I thought it would be. I don't want to do that purple. I really don't. I don't like that. It doesn't feel like the right vibe to me. I don't want to do brown either, because God, I'm tired of doing brown. Go with we could go with a gray blue. That could look good. I could go. Ooh, we could go with a dark blue. That could be interesting. About 4 to 5 hours into my orc paint job. 1.5 seconds. I can sympathize with that. My orcs take me forever too, but my orcs take forever because I get anal about the skin, and I end up having to do the muscles 5 and 6 times before I'm happy with them. And I should have it down to a science, but I don't. In any capacity, I have nothing down with how I do my orcs. Like, I've got 2 different, I've even got 2 different factions of orcs. Like, I've got some that are done in Bad Moon, and then I've got others that are Beast Snaga. It's a nightmare. I'm actually about to strip a decent portion of my orcs as well, so I can redo them on stream, because I did the orc start collecting like 3 or 4 years ago. I did the orc start collecting, and I was just gotten into painting then. I'd only been painting for a few months. Oop, I need more water. I'd only been painting for a few months, and they look bad. Like, they look objectively bad. And so I'd like to go back and redo them. And models are expensive. So I can just strip the ones that I've got. I've got a pretty... I recently bought a gallon of LA's Totally Awesome. So stripping models, that is a lot bluer than I thought it was. That is so blue. Okay. That is so blue. We'll see how that works out. That might be too blue. Yeah, so I was gonna strip those down and get restarted on them. And I like my Beast Snagga theme. I'll probably just do all of the orcs as Beast Snaggas. Even though they're the old boys. There's them in line. Yeah, exactly. I haven't done Ultramarine. I've done this color scheme I do right now is actually for my Space Marines is actually really similar to Ultramarine. The only main difference is instead of like being all blue, they are the arms, head, and backpack are all white. I do Necropolis Hawks, and I'm bound to end up doing those on stream eventually. If I finish this guy early today, that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Okay, this looks a little bit... It's going to need another coat. There's a lot of primer showing through. It's not too... Actually, kind of looks like a grandma. Kind of makes him look like a grandma now. This is probably not what we're going to do with this. With the... Yeah. I totally respect it. That's definitely breaking it up in some way. I originally started doing Sons of the Phoenix as my original Space Marine army, but it's too much white. They become really uninteresting really quickly whenever you're looking at that much white. So no, I get it. That's one of the reasons why I decided against Blood Angels. Too much of just one color. So yeah, I always end up going with like successor chapters. The tough part is actually getting the shoulders right. Originally I tried painting the emblems on. That didn't work out well. So I started printing individual shoulders for my Marines. And I've started considering printing shoulders for my Chaos Marines, but I don't think it's worth it. Because those models are already so detailed. Good old white rimming. Yeah. Blue and red armor parts with some... Yeah. Well, I mean, orcs having some busted up armor makes sense. Only ones that make sense to be clean are the pirates. I don't remember what faction that is. That's the only thing. You know what? You know what this is giving? And I hate it. I hate it now, and I'm absolutely going to get away from this color. This is giving Virgin Mary. Yeah. This is so giving Virgin Mary. I can't. Yeah. Yeah, I hate it. Okay, we are changing that. That is gross. I can't do that. Oh. Okay, what are we gonna change it to? I don't want to do purple. I'm so gonna end up doing purple. I don't want to though. It's supposed to be. It is listed as gray blue, and when you look at it in the bottle, it does not look like what is on the model. It does not look like this. Oh man. I see. I understand now why they did the dark purple the way that they did. I really do. Because yeah, that's not gonna work. I could do green, but that would mean changing the book, which is no big deal with changing the book. I didn't want to do the book blue. I'd probably end up doing the book blue. Well, I think. See, the thing is I think that color is supposed to be like Space Wolf gray. Like, I think that that's what that's supposed to be, but it's not gray enough. Okay. Do we do the green? Do something else? Definitely not doing yellow. That would be a mistake. Not doing brown. Brown would work. Brown would definitely work, but there was so much brown when we did Tina the other day. I'm not doing brown. Let's give green a try. We'll start with. You know what? Now that I think about it, I did another one of these characters off stream a little while back. Dark gray is always an option. Yeah, you're right. It is. I could do gray. I was thinking about doing like how they did and breaking up the color of the lower robe and the upper robe. But you're right. We could always go with gray. We could always do the same gray that we were doing earlier. I'm gonna test out this dark green that I have, and see how that looks. I've already done another character out of this box. Very special mini. Oh, that sounds so cool. That sounds so cool. I would love to see that. Yeah, we're gonna do. That came out a little faster than I wanted it to. That's fine. Okay, we're gonna do it on the other side of the model than we did the Virgin Mary blue, which I think is what I'm gonna start coloring a color now. Instagram. I mean, by all means. Again, this is only my second stream, so it's not like I'm gonna hit you up for spamming or anything. I don't think I have an auto moderator on or anything. Let's take a look at this. Can I get you to open in another window? I can. Oh, wow. Where? See, you actually do progress photos, whereas I don't. I've considered doing progress photos, I just never have. Those are some blue-ass squigs. No, I get it. I totally understand. It's yeah. You're not. It doesn't bother me right now. I'm sure if I'm. Are you serious, Instagram? Are you being for real right now? You're not gonna like force me to. Not now. Why are you being the way that you're being? Okay. Okay, it should work now. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at this blue squig. Holy crap, that is a blue ass squig. Yeah, it's meta. It's not necessarily just that it's Instagram, it's meta. Because of their stupid bullshit that they like to do. Oh, see, I just did a Vash tour not too long ago too. He's over on my Instagram. If you want to check out some of my past stuff, No, I'm going to lie to you. I was right about to lie to you. I was going to say that my Instagram is linked in my bio. It is not. I actually have not taken the time to do that yet. I have my Twitter linked, and there's nothing on my Twitter because I just created that today. So I need to get my Instagram linked in my bio. It'll be there in the future. If you ever want to see anything, like you can. I say you can see the quality of my work. You can't. This thing is so unfocused. And my lighting is so bad, but we'll get over that. You know what? I am now seeing that the strap from that book is hanging down underneath this robe. This robe, I don't know that I like the dark green. I don't know. Can y'all see the dark green? No, it still looks black to you. I'm gonna do some more. I'm gonna keep putting layers down. Maybe we can get it to show up a little bit better. I'm not totally thrilled with the dark green. Oh, I was trying to say earlier. I keep getting distracted. I'm sorry. I did another model out of the Curse City box. I don't remember the guy's name, but it's the dude with all the animals. If you want to look it up. And I did his robe mostly in this green color that I'm doing now. This is black green by Pro Acryl. I did most of his robe that way, and I don't know that I want two models out of the same box. When like one's a bad guy, one's a good guy, using the same color scheme. So, and I'm sitting here saying, yeah, I'm gonna probably change this, and then I'm still applying paint. But it kind of works. It's better than the Virgin Mary that I've got going right now. Yeah, I agree. I've managed to get somewhat of a following on Instagram. I started mine, oh gosh, 2 years ago at this point. So there's a whole bunch of models on there. But what? Where I've got this Virgin Mary blue, it's actually, you can actually see the paint a little bit better. Color's coming through a lot more vibrant over that. Does it show up on stream? Of course not. That's fine. I'll get my stream figured out eventually. I'm only 8-9 months-ish into it. Oh, wow. Yeah, I started during the pandemic. Like right in the middle of the pandemic, whenever when 9th edition released for Warhammer. So, yeah, I've got a couple of years. I still do awful jobs sometimes. Like last stream, I did Tiny Tina out of the Borderlands board game, and whenever I finally went and took some high-res pictures of it, I was so embarrassed I didn't bother posting it to Instagram. See, I was actually kind of in the opposite position. Like back during 2020, like I was still going into the office every day. But my job also like let out around 2 p.m. on most days, so I still had a ton of time. And then, yeah, ever since then, it's just been... I paint as much as I can. I've done so many models over the past couple of years. And, you know, like I said, with how quickly this is going, I'm not going to end up. This is another one that I'm gonna finish putting this layer down, and I'm gonna end up switching. You know what, Walrus? You're right. We're probably gonna end up going with the gray. That's most likely what we're gonna end. We're gonna end up going with the gray. It's all gonna be homogeneous, and it's gonna make sense, you know, because it makes sense that all of his robe is the same color. I don't know why my brain didn't go, hey, do the intelligent thing and just make it all one color and just shade and highlight appropriate. But no, fuck me. Yeah, exactly. Timeless classic. No, I agree entirely. Because yeah, this is... It looks good in some spots. It looks really bad over the blue, but a lot of the blue is showing through. So we're gonna We're just going to let that dry. We're going to move on to something else while that dries. What do we got? Ooh, what is that? There's a little thing tucked under there. Can't tell what that is. I think it's another scroll that's tucked under there. I didn't see that before. Let's go ahead and paint that up like the rest of our scrolls. Little dude poking out right there. You see that? Yeah, you can kind of see that right there. Little guy right there. Not a lot. Like I said, it's just kind of barely poking through, getting to it on the other side. That actually worked out really well. Yeah, a little bit of a scroll poking out right there. That's great. I should have known. Oh well. Okay. Let's do the upper robe for the third time. I guess it'll probably end up having a little bit of that green poke through. So it might give it a little bit of a tint compared to. But I should look at the reference model. Is that part of the robe? That is part of the robe. Okay. That's part of the robe. There was a chance that what I was painting right there could have been more paper. But it's not. It's just part of the robe. You would think I would prepare for stream better than I am. But 4 hours of work into the stream ahead of time. Maybe I would actually think about what I'm going to do on stream. And then last night, because Wednesday's stream went so, ended up going short. And I didn't like it going short. What am I looking at? Did you seriously clip me? You fucker. Alright. Well, that's a little embarrassing, but you know what? We're going to leave that up. It is deserved. But, everyone agrees with me, so at least we were able to pivot away from Virgin Mary. It's kind of samey, but it makes sense. It makes him look like some old monk librarian. Which is probably what he is. I haven't looked up the lore of this character. But it makes sense. Have to watch. This soundtrack makes weird turns, man. It makes such weird turns. All right. Raised. Should have stuck with the initial instinct. Not tried to be fancy with it. Being fancy gets you places. But then again, I did think that I did think Virgin Mary Blue was going to be different than it is. Yeah, I know. Like I said, this soundtrack takes weird turns. I don't... And, like, it's all one artist, too. So, like, from one moment to the next, you know that this guy is just going slightly crazy. I'm gonna have to put some definition where the upper robe meets the lower robe, or where his shawl meets his dress. Because let's face it, that's what it is. These are two different pieces of thing. I'm gonna definitely have to put some shadow in the lower section. Separate these out. Supposed to have. What do we work on next? Skin? Skin would be a good move. Do his face and his hands. I have an idea of what but I don't know if it's going to work out the way I want it. Virgin Mary. Got a little bit of it on. Virgin Mary Blue. I hate to say I'm probably never going to use that color again. Now tainted in my mind. Unless it just kind of fits right. Which, there's definitely a possibility of that color fitting in a certain space really well. Yeah, the gray looks good. Gray looks really good. Oh, I didn't finish. This section of robe here. I kept looking at this little part here. I almost said, hey, don't forget about it. And I'd see it again while I was working on something else and be like, hey, don't forget about that. Yeah, I forgot about it. Blended in so well. Okay. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you're technically correct, but that might be a good highlight color, actually. For doing like Thousand Suns. I think that would actually make a good like edge highlight color for Thousand Suns. That's probably what that is. I thought, like I said, I thought originally that was gonna be more of a Space Wolves gray. That's really what I was hoping for, but no, not the way they wanted to do it. Okay. Do his hands. You do his beard. Got this little tassel on the staff. You do that little tassel. It kinda. It's just like a little rope with some. Probably end up doing that like a really light brown. Make it look like some twine. Looks looking good. I need a little bit of this warm brown, right? To blend that, because that's supposed to be the strap on the book, but not looking. Some of the robe. Yeah. All right. So got that on. Let's do the face. We need to do the face. Need is an old man, like an infinitely old man. I'm gonna try this out. I can almost guarantee it's not gonna do what I want it to, but we're gonna try it out anyways. Because what fun is there to not expect? So the color I'm using now... So the Virgin Mary Blue was called Gray Blue. So what we're about to put on his face is a color called Red Gray. And... it is not traditionally what you would think of for a skin tone. I think it'll make a decent shadow color for his skin, which is why I'm using that. I'm going to start this particular section, or the skin at least, with the shadow color. And then move into highlights. As opposed to going mid-tone and then shading down and highlighting back up, I'm gonna start his face with his actual shadow. So that, because I'm so bad with faces and skin tones, I'm awful. Theoretically, this will help me improve by choosing an order of operations, following through. But now that I'm looking at it, it does make a pretty good skin tone. His face wasn't so skull-like. Yeah, I'm actually kind of digging that. Can you see that? Yeah, you can kind of see that. The color doesn't come through great on but that's actually working out as a flesh tone. Pleasantly surprised with that. More of a dark beige, really what it is. Like, I can see why they call it red gray, but in all reality, it's like I said, I see why they call it red gray. It's more of a dark beige. It's a really low skin. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah. Like that. I think that's the first thing I've put down that I immediately like. What I'm going to likely end up doing with the beard is painting it white. Painting it with an actual white paint. Old titanium white. Most likely what we're going to end up using. And then, later on, we'll probably hit it with the Citadel contrast paint. I think it's Apothecary White. That's the name of it. And that way it'll stay white, but we'll get some of that definition in the strands of hair. So it'll still have that ridiculously old man look to it, but have some better definition. I'm trying to move away from, and I said this in last stream, move away from. I want to see if I can actually shade appropriately without having to rely on washes. Because you end up painting the model like 2 and 3 times whenever you do that. It's like, oh, I'm gonna put down my midtone and wash it, and then I'm gonna brighten back up my midtone, and then highlight on top of that. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's what I've been doing. Originally, whenever I started painting, it was the GW way, so that's what I did because I thought the GW knew what they were doing best, and in a lot of instances, they are. It's fascinating how many of their like pro painters that they have for like their master classes end up going on to make their own YouTube channels away from GW, but we don't talk about that. I think Luis was the most recent one to do that. I could be wrong, but I know she did it. And Duncan did it all those years ago. It's just like, if all your talent is moving on to do their own thing, something to me. Re-up. It's a little bit. I can see some primer showing through on his face. I don't want that. I want primer showing. Opposite. I mean, maybe if I had zenithalled this, but I don't like zenithalling. Unless I'm doing, like, all contrast paint. Or speed paint. Whatever you want to call it. If I'm doing that, then I'll do a zenithal, because it comes through a lot better. But as far as, like, just regular painting goes, I don't like it. I'm sure my paint jobs would come out much better if I did follow the highlight better and yada yada yada. I just don't. So I don't do it. That and I gotta clean my airbrush like 5 times. Do something. Because then I always feel the need to like go in and try to base coat the main color through the airbrush. It never works out because I can't figure out how to thin my paint. The airbrush. The only thing it really gets used for is doing primer, and I honestly discovered recently that my primer had gotten too thick. Like, it had gotten really low, so it was really, really thick, and it was actually clogging my airbrush. Having tons and tons of issues. Finally got it cleaned out, switched over to a new bottle of primer, and instantly things were working. Honestly, I should do the back side of that robe. Looking good so far. Now, I know I said, I'm kicking myself for it. I know I said I don't want to use any washes. Looking at that book, I might end up having to do a wash. Because there's some detail. It doesn't show on the reference image really well. There's some detailing that's carved in rather than lifted in. Not embossed. So I might end up using my Gundam to just go in there and write that. Do some of the gold. Oh, right, shoe. How's that shoe? I mentioned that shoe. Talked about giving him Keebler Elf green shoe. So let's make his shoe the same color as the book. I know it's not gonna like show up whenever I end up finishing his base, because I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna do some texture paste. When the texture paste is done, I'm gonna come in and put some flock down. And because I'm doing a green shoe and the flock I'm going to be using is green, because again, I want them to match all the other models that are in the game. And the ones that I've done so far, that's how I've done it. He's going to have some green flock, and his shoe is just going to disappear. But I'm going to know, and you're going to know, that that man has green elf shoes. I just think... Okay. How to do that beard? We need... Bold titanium white. Honestly, the bold titanium white is the only white I can ever recommend using, like the Pro Acryl bold titanium white, because for whatever reason, every other white paint I have ever used gets chunky and nasty and looks chalky whenever you put it down, whereas this paint doesn't. I don't understand how Pro Acryl does it, like the bold titanium and then the heavy titanium. They're both really good. The Citadel White Scar is garbage. Everyone knows that. The Duncan Rhodes one was supposed to be better. It still sucks. The one that Vallejo does is almost just as bad. It's better than what Citadel does, but in my opinion, it's still not up to snuff. So, when doing white, this is the only one I'll use. Granted, most of the paints that I use are Pro Acryl to begin with, because that's what I keep in my desk. I've got a bunch of the Duncan Rhodes paints, and if I was doing more red on him, I'd be busting out the Duncan Rhodes because they've got some really good reds. Okay. It is weird. Goes up. This. I love that it's like boss music that's coming up for the white. Everyone knows how awful white is, especially like doing white on top of it. Like, look at that cover. Come on. This is one coat, basically doing full. It's insane. Best white on the market, hands down. Well, I say that. The golden so flat white is also really good, but it's not one that I like breaking. I don't like breaking out the so flats unless I want to like challenge myself. I guess we could. We'll schedule a stream. We'll schedule a stream where like I bust out the golden so flat paints and we do everything just with those. I'll post on Twitter when I end up deciding to do that. Or you know what? I might actually use the Twitch scheduling system that they have. Say what I'm doing. It's going to be a while before I do that, obviously, because I'm still figuring out what I'm doing. Probably our next stream is going to be on Sunday. Probably Sunday around the same time that we did today. Probably around 2 to 2:30, somewhere in that neighborhood. But what is happening? Okay. So, yeah. Probably end up streaming again on Sunday. If not Sunday, it'll be Monday. Because if it's not Sunday, it means I'm doing a lot of prep work. I'm not doing a lot of, or attempting to do a lot of art. I don't actually have an artist or someone who knows what they're doing. Hey, what's up, Hellman? Welcome to the stream. Glad to see some new people pouring in. How does that look? Are you seeing that? That is so bright. Oh my god, I just looked over to the camera. That beard is so bright. This is actually a dude. This is one of the models out of the Cursed City box. I think his name is in the title. Yeah, Octren Glimscry. Yeah. Yeah, he's from Curse City, so so yeah, that's where this beard is so bright. I may have made a mistake with going white, but the idea is to hit it with that Citadel wash. Well, not a wash, contrast. Citadel. I don't like the gray wash that they have. I don't think there's enough pigmentation in it, but the Apothecary white, that has a fair amount. Like, I'll probably end up. Do you know what, dude? It's fine. Like, I honestly, like, I'm painting this model and I forgot what his name is. So, okay, all right. Oh, we need to do the tassel, and the orb that are on. No. He is a hero unit, I believe, but I don't think he's like the main guy. He's I think he's more of a support character. There's I don't know any of their names, but there's more of an Inquisitor looking guy. That's more of the leader in this game. I got white all over his room. Okay. It's not an army. It's for war. It's a Warhammer Quest. Warhammer Quest Curse City. It's a self-contained game, is what this is. So there's not like there's a lot of like cannon fodder, like skeletons and whatnot in it, and there's some vampires from Sigmar, and there's a handful of heroes, but it's a primarily self-contained game. So if that makes sense. You don't really use these units for like playing with an army or anything. It's meant for just a regular old tabletop board game. Yes. Well, no. More like Blackstone Fortress. That would be a better way of doing it. It's more like Blackstone Fortress than it is Necromunda or Sigmar or anything. It's kind of the Sigmar version of that. Not a lot of people have. They stopped making it at one point in time, and it's really kind of impossible to find. Now, I've only seen one place that actually has it in stock, new. Everywhere else I've looked, I need to put more water on my palette. Everywhere else I've looked has been more used and missing models and things like that. I totally understand that. I've been looking at a lot of the kill teams lately because I like the fact that they have more unique sculpts than your typical army units. I'll probably end up doing a kill team in the future. I don't know when. There, that's brighter than I want it to be. Let's also put some of this. So yeah. The kill team boxes are really interesting. I really liked the Night Lord one that came out a little while back. Some of the other ones are kind of boring, like the Striking Scorpions one. Like, the sculpts are nice, but they're a little too one-note. That is orange. That is not flesh, that is orange. Why do these colors not look the way that they do on the outside of the ball? That is disgusting. We're not gonna use that. That is just okay. Gotta make him look more like a person instead of a dead man. Not flowing as well as I wanted it to, but... Yeah, that looks more like a person than a skeleton. I was thinking using some homebrew Space Marine chat. Yeah. It needed a little. Whenever I do my actual Space Marines, I do Necropolis Hawks. So I understand do something more unique than what's typically available. A lot of the chapters are a little one note. We were talking about that earlier. That they feel that some chapters are just a little too one color. Okay. I haven't looked a lot into their lore. I really should. Originally, I was doing Sons of the Phoenix. I just got tired of doing white armor. But then, yeah, I ended up doing Necropolis Hawks, and I really like them. They've got an interesting color scheme. Where did Hero? What is going on with this eye? They've got a decent color scheme. You can do some metallics onto them. They've got a little bit of freehand that has to get done. Using forum. I've started doing some custom helmets for different units. So my most recent unit I'm working on is a squad of assault intercessors, and I gave the sergeant like a gladiator helmet, like gladiator from the movie Gladiator. I gave him one of those, and he looks pretty good with that. And then I have one squad of intercessors that use Master Chief helmets, and like they've got Master Chief helmets, and then I used some. I printed up some shoulder pads so that they've got Tyranid bodies and scales on their shoulders. Give them a little bit more of a veteran look. They're pretty neat looking. And then the sergeant for that squad got the Hello Kitty helmet, which is it's kind of absurd. Okay. Are we liking that? Can we get the camera to focus for once? No? I think that's a good skin tone. We've got a good shadow color for the skin tone. Got a good midsection for the skin tone. We've got some contrast there. I will eventually set up my profile correctly, where you can go, where there will be a link to my Instagram. You'll be able to see the high-res photos of these when they are complete. Right now, it's not there, but I will get that set up probably after the stream, if I remember to, because I do think it's kind of important for that to be available. I just stuck my hand. Yeah, it's kind of important for that. Yeah, well, I say Hello Kitty. It's still like the Master Chief one. It's like the Halo 3 Master Chief helmet with like the cat ears. I go on to all sorts, like I go on to what is it called? Bolts 3D all the time, and pick up different sculpts from different artists to use on them, because I don't I don't want my all of my Marines to feel so samey. I want all of the different squads to have their own unique personality. And so, yeah, I end up printing things for those. They usually come out pretty well. My printer's kind of fucked up right now, though. So I don't know if I'll be able to get anything done right now. Yeah. Did you link? I don't see a link. I mean, you can link if you want to link some stuff, man. That's fine right now. I'm still pretty small, and it's fine. Like as long as you're not spamming or anything like that, it's cool. I don't see any link that you posted though. So, and I'm not seeing any notifications that I need to approve anything. That's fair. Not being a dick is usually the best way to approach life. I mean, there are certain exceptions, but usually the situation has to have escalated to get there. Alright, I gotta remember to center myself. Yeah, he's looking pretty good. Oh, ooh, actually no, that hand looks really bad now that I'm looking at it. It's drying. That hand looks really bad. Let's try that again. Get another. Too much of the undercolor showing. Mostly the fingers. None of this. Right. Fingers are looking fine. Some weirdness on his wrist and not palm, back of his hand. I don't think there's a name, but we're just getting some weird texture. Paint's not going down. You need to fix that page. Got that page. Front. It's looking kind of jank right now. I saw movement. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Okay. The little tassel. We need to do that little tassel. Let's get a look at the tassel. They're using like rope. They're like using rope, and it's got a little whack there on the end. So, like I said, I think we should make it look like a twine. I need a pretty light brown for that, so... Okay, I have dark golden brown. Where's my golden brown? Is that... That's yellow ochre. That's golden brown. That is not golden brown. That is also yellow ochre. Coastal towns, they are... Night Lord. Okay. Okay. Let's... Okay. Let's see if this completely kills my... Okay, so Raven helmets, yeah. Oh, that's a nice color scheme. Then you go back and read what you said. It looks like you're going to have a lot of freehanding that you're going to be doing there, man. Like a ridiculous amount of freehanding. Well, that's always a good way of going about it. Okay. Golden brown is yellow, so we're not going golden brown. We're gonna have to do the dark golden. I don't have the color I want. And I don't. I could mix it. Could mix up the color I want. I was looking at both of them. Yeah, well, like you've got your shoulder on either side. You know, you've got your knee emblem there. Like I have a weird cursive symbol that is supposed to go on the knees for mine, and I did it on like 4 models, and it's just like this isn't worth it. Mostly because my hand isn't steady enough to freehand like that. That is wet. That is really wet. Yeah, you're right. That would definitely make it easier. I'm used to doing all of my painting purely by hand. I just prime with the airbrush. I don't really ever do any painting with the airbrush, primarily because every time I do, I really fuck up the thinning of it, and I either clog my airbrush or it all just kind of drips off of the model. So, and I can't ever seem to find. I can give you over here. I can't ever seem to find that happy medium where things work out the way that they are supposed to. You know, it's really frustrating sometimes. But it's whatever. It just takes more practice. I don't really want to practice on stream either, as far as airbrushing goes, because I know as soon as I do that, I'm going to get paint all over the lens of the camera, and I'm going to hate myself trying to clean that off. So, yeah. That's kind of how that goes. There he is. No, I've never done that. What I've done is either gotten a really small brush, like a size 0 or something like that, or I will use some torn up sponge. I haven't never done it with newspaper or anything like that, but I have done it with some sponge, and that tends to work out pretty well for me whenever I try to do weathering like that. I don't know. It could. Scrunching up paper? Did I read that right? Let me make sure I'm not being an ass. Use some crunched up newspaper, dip in an extremely softly. See, I think if you're going to be doing newspaper, it would need to be a bigger model. Just because the nature of how paper is going to crinkle and whatnot. I don't know that it would necessarily work with something like a Space Marine. Yeah, I don't know that would work with something like a Space Marine. I think it would work well with if you were doing like a Rhino or one of the Primaris tanks or something like that. That would probably be fine. But for an actual like doing a Space Marine or a Terminator or anything like that, I think you would end up with. I think it would splotch on too big, you know? I think you would end up with more than you actually wanted. That's why I said sponge. Like, if you get a little piece of sponge... Here, actually, I have. Like, like something like that, like a little bit of sponge. You can dip that in your paint, and then kind of tap that on real lightly, and that's what I usually do whenever I need something like that. Is like I say, I just use this little sponge. I used it on I did a Forge World Mortarion a little while back, and trying to gunk him up. That's what I ended up using, trying to create some more of a grungy effect. I'd kind of tap that on there, and then I'd wipe away, and it would give some interesting texture. But if you did, I need turquoise. If you you did that with like a lead belcher or something like that over your Marines, and you just gently tap that on there, it would. See, but that's what I mean. Like, if you want to make it like look huge, that would work really well on tanks and whatnot, like them taking some big impact rounds. But as far as like on your Marines, unless you want to do some like customizing with like a Dremel or something like that, and like carve out little sections of their armor, like not a lot, obviously. Like make it look like a grazing blow. But if you like cut out a little bit of the armor and then you use that right around it, could do it with a Dreadnought, yeah. It'd probably look pretty decent on a Dreadnought. Like I said, Space Marines are just so small that if you're talking about an impact like that, you would think that it would just blow them away. But yeah, I know that they're tough, but even Space Marines have their limits. Okay. Yeah. That's fair. I mean, they do that in the lore all the time. You don't typically see people doing their models with like missing limbs though either. Like yeah, you got Yarick who's got like the work arm. But you don't typically see a lot of people taking the arms off of their Space Marines. No, it's really good. I really like it. I think it would look really great with what you want to do. That would yeah, that would look really good. It can get challenging sometimes. Like I have a lot of trouble sometimes doing my particular color scheme, which is just like navy blue and white. Like that's all mine really is. It's like navy blue, and then with some gold trim. But I oftentimes end up screwing it up. Yeah. That's definitely true. The Night Lord schemes also always seem to change depending on the artist, honestly. Like, yeah, they've always got the dark blue and the lightning. But almost every single time you see them, depending on like who's doing it, it always seems to be just a little bit different. It doesn't always seem to be, because you got some people who like overly weather it. Copper trim. Let me look at your colors again. Are you working primarily with Citadel paints or like Army Painter, or like what are you working with, man? Because copper changes depending on the manufacturer, surprisingly enough. Okay. Fair enough. In my personal opinion, Citadel is expensive for what it is. Like, it's a good paint. By no means am I saying it's a bad paint. I just think Citadel paints are expensive for what you're getting. if you want to do like Army Painter, I would wait a little while until the Fanatics sets come out with their individual colors, so that you can get exactly what you want. Like they've got like their full range box set that came out, but it's like $800. No, well, no, they're not giving you smaller bottles, but they're giving you. Where do I have these stupid things? So like, this is what the Citadel colors look like. Down here. They come in these weird little pots, and you open them up, and like if you're not working like directly out of it, it doesn't necessarily, they clog up, and like the caps will get like real nasty and grungy, and then they won't seal right, and then the paint will dry up and things like that. The quality of the paint is good. It's just overpriced. Especially for how difficult they make it to work. Like I've got like a bunch of bottles like this. Like this is one of their washes. And then I have their contrast paints in bottles like that as well. But as far as their main acrylics line, I actually take the time to transfer them over to dropper bottles, because dropper bottles work a lot better with the wet palette than what you see with the weird little pots that they have. The current line of Army Painter is okay. But like I said, they've got the Fanatic line that's that they're about to release in individual bottles, as opposed to like the starter kits or the master kits or anything like that. And those are really good from what I've seen. Those have all I know a few people who do this professionally. They paint people's armies for them, and they're really good. Brown metallic, like a light brown. Yeah, that would work out pretty well. If you do end up going Citadel, what is the color? I want to say it's like Balthazar. It's like Balthazar Gold or some bullshit like that. It's a dark brown metallic. It's really good. If you go with like what most paints call a bronze, that would probably go really good with it. If you go straight up copper, that might be a little bright, honestly, and because copper paints are really bright. Here, actually, I can show you. I got an example right here. So, and I'm really hoping it comes through. I have my tank here. Yeah, it comes through. The treads I have are a bronze. Whereas like the scoop here and then the bands underneath, these are a copper. And like you see, if I can get it in a good angle, yeah, there we go. That's a pretty decent angle. The copper is so much brighter. So if you want to go really bright, you go with what are traditionally your coppers. Whereas if you want it to be a little bit darker, a little bit more muted, the bronze is a better choice. This is dark bronze. This is dark bronze by Pro Acryl. This is copper by Pro Acryl. So, I mean, you can make it a little bit darker by using a wash or something like that. One of the better like brown washes, which is how you would want to tint down a copper, would be Agrax Earthshade. That's a wash by Citadel. I mean, like I said, it comes in these weird little pots. But as far as your washes go, I think the pots work just fine because you can just use them straight out of the battle. You don't really have to worry about them drying up on you. I like how that orb turned out. It stands out pretty well on camera. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of highlighting on it. But I like how that turned out. Yeah, an Agrax Earthshade over copper will dull it down a little bit. It'll make it a little bit darker. So, I'm gonna go ahead and say this, and this is my opinion. You can ask other people, or we might. Layla might still be in the chat. I don't think there's any such thing as too vibrant when it comes to painting models. It really comes down to what you want it to look like. I wanted a more muted tone with the model I am currently working on, but I have other models that are ridiculously bright because that's what I want them to be. So if you like it, do it. I will never say that anything is too vibrant unless I'm trying to achieve a particular result. And if you think it's too vibrant, then it's too vibrant. If you don't, then it's not. Yeah, see, Ultramarines and Alpha Legion are pretty vibrant. Like, that's the thing. Like you're talking about, like, Ultramarine Blue is bright. Like, yeah, they kind of mute it down a little bit in some of the paint jobs that you look at, but if you put Ultramarine on a model, it's a bright color. So and Night Lords, they're you can't confuse dark and vibrant. Like, vibrant is really just is really going to be the quality of the color. So Night Lord's blue, while darker, is well, I guess saturated is a better term. Now that I'm thinking, because I'm just rambling about nonsense now. But Night Lord's blue is a really attractive blue. If you're going halfway between, like, Night Lords and Ultramarines, it depends on the teal. Like, do I have teal? Do I have a color that's called teal in front of me? No? Awesome. Like, teal, the closest I've got to teal is like this turquoise that I'm using. You can see that, like, pops on this model if I didn't hold it right over the color. With how bad my lighting is, like, you can still see that orb on the end of his staff really well. And that's technically turquoise, but that's the closest color I have to just a regular old teal. Horus teal is not teal. Horus teal is green. No. Okay, I understand where you're coming from now. That is not teal. That is green. So if that's what you're looking for, yeah, I mean, let me go back over to your thing. That's not really. Hang on, I gotta dig in a box now. No, it's right here at my desk. That's all my reds and browns and whatnot. All right, you're looking at Sons of Horus. That's Lupercal. That's a good one. And that's Wah. That's Sons of Horus. Okay, I'm gonna mix these colors up real quick and get them on my palette. So, because yeah, I've got both of these colors that you're looking at. All right, found what the actual color used to paint the Sons of Horus. What am I looking at here? What do we got? We've got another window. That it? Yes and no. That is the army painter color. That is not correct for Sons of Horus. Technically, if you're looking at them, the appropriate color for the Sons of Horus is not Sons of Horus green, it is Lupercal green. That is the actual base tone, whereas Sons of Horus, which is what I'm putting on my palette right now. Mix that up a little bit. That is what Sons of Horus looks like, and it's not coming through because my light hates me. Because it's not teal, it's green, man. I promise you, it is green. It is. There is a blue to it, yes. I won't deny that one bit. But the colors themselves are technically green. So, Can you see that? No, you cannot. Can I move that somewhere? No, no. Not in a way that makes it any less black. Awesome. Maybe. Let me see that. Oh, it doesn't have batteries? All right. We're working on getting this in a way where you can see it better. Brother. But yeah, no. I understand what you're saying. So if you want more blue and you're looking for more of a Sons of Horus color, Lupercal Green by Citadel is more what you're looking for. It's got more of that blue to it, whereas Sons of Horus is actually going to be your highlight for that color. It works. They work really well together. I used them on some Tyranids that I did a while back. Yes. Here, I'm working on getting the light set up so that maybe these colors on my palette will come through a little bit better. I can't guarantee anything. See, I'm actually using a oh, you have to take the cover off. I'm using the Elgato light. I don't remember what it's called, but I'm using the Elgato light, and I think I have the wrong power hooked up to it, so it's not coming through the way it's supposed to. What did you say? I think that would look nice on that. No, it would. It's a great color. There's a reason why they use it for the Sons of Horus. And if you mix that with, you're looking to mix that with like a more browny copper, then yeah, that, well, I'll just put that color next to it on the palette. Why not? Got nothing better to do. Is that bronze? That's bronze. Okay, so the army paint. Let me look back at those army paint colors that you linked, because those are good colors. I'm not gonna lie, they are. If you go with the army painter ones, because you see on that link that you sent, it says color triad. They call it a triad because it's actually 3 colors. They're only showing you 2 of them there. You only see the triads right now in their air paint. Again, the Fanatics, which are supposed to be really good paints, should be coming out either this month or next. I don't know. I can't say either way. Like I said, they've got the base sets out. I'm 9% done with my second. Oh, all right. Have a good one, Layla. Dirty Bone White and Saturate Blood Red. Yeah, okay. Okay. I see what I see what you're saying. Let's see. Is this Caesar inducing? No. But it still looks black. And it still looks black. Fuck it. I will get my lights figured out eventually. Folks, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. But yeah, well, you can kind of see it, but it's paler than it's looking on camera. That's kind of the fault. Here, let me do the intelligent thing that I should have done before, and just look up the actual colors. And I can send those to you. So here you go, man. So that's the Lupercal green, which, like I said, that's actually what you see more often whenever you see Sons of Horus painted. And then that is the Sons of Horus green, which again, when you actually look at the paints, the Lupercal green looks more like what the Sons of Horus is represented as, and then the Sons of Horus is a much paler. Like I said, I would consider more of a highlight color than what you're seeing. And like I said, they're great colors. I used them on a set of Tyranids. Was also thinking about using Cults to get some nice bits for them. Yeah, absolutely. Cults has a great selection of bits. What was I working on? I was going to do the shadows. I was going to do the shadows from the cloak. Dark neutral gray. They're great. Like Cults has some amazing stuff. I've gotten all kinds of bits. You can find tons of free ones on there too. That's fair enough. There's a lot of shoulders that you can find as well. You might be able to find a pattern of shoulder that you like, so that you don't necessarily have to freehand on the shoulder. That's what I did with my what are they called? My Necropolis Hawks, as well as my Sons of the Phoenix. I found shoulders for both of those. Those are actual official chapters, of course, but I did use some prints for those on my Marines. And they look great. You got it raises up the emblem a little bit, so it has some more texture to it, as opposed to just being like the one color or anything like that. They look really good. But yeah, like I said, as far as like getting bits from Cults, I do that all the time. They're totally worth it. I've paid for a few bits on there. There's a ton of people who give you bits for free. They're just trying to get their stuff out there. They're also trying not to get shut down by Citadel. Citadel has a really bad habit of just killing anything that gets onto the 3D marketplace if someone's charging for it. What's the code name for Yahar Hammer Pits? I don't have the ability to answer that question. I'm sorry. I do not know. Yeah. That's not something that I've ever had to think about. So I could not answer that. You know what? I need to thin that down. I need to thin that. That's too. That's too much. Man, this music is just so similar to... I don't know how they get away with this. Okay, that looks pretty. Too thick, not too thin. If you want to find some like super detailed like weapons and stuff like that, you can go to. That's a personal choice as well. I know a lot of people who will do that for their like Black Templars because it's kind of appropriate for them. As far as for yours, it's since you're doing your own homebrew, you can try it out on like 1 or 2 and see how you feel about it, and then if you end up not liking that, then don't do it. That's really how that goes. I wouldn't like do a whole squad of them, and then unless you're really ready for that, like unless you're haven't decided. Fair enough. Yeah. If you want to put them off as like super religious, that's one thing. If not, like I said, it all kind of comes down to personal preference there. If you want to like try it out on like a sergeant as a part of one of your squads, and not the rest of the guys, and paint them all up and see how you like. And if you end up not liking it, let's turn you so you look good. If you end up not liking it, you just don't do that in the future. And if you end up liking it, you can then expand out and put it on more models. It's really feeling things out is how you have to go about stuff like that. Also, so like I was saying a second ago, if you want like detailed weapons, they're a little bit harder to find. But if you go to CG Trader, you'll have to pay for them. You won't find anybody who's going to give you like a free model on CG Trader. But if you go to CG Trader, you can search for STLs of various weapons and print those off. Some people have some really detailed stuff on there, and more times than not, they're going to overcharge for it. So like sometimes you'll find like a weapon that's like $20, but it's also probably scaled for like life size. But you can typically scale those down and print them on a resin printer or something like that. I found a couple in the past that were like a couple bucks. It was like $2 or $3 for it. Let me see if I can find them. Probably not. Not right now. Yeah, here we go. Let me see if I can link this to you. I found this a little while back. I haven't pulled the trigger to actually buy it yet. But no, I get that. But like I said, I found this. Now it's gonna probably post faster than when I'm talking because of the delay. But like there's some pretty cool weapons that you can find in places. Like I said, it's really detailed. It's closer to life size than it is to model, but it can be scaled down pretty easily. So that's just an option. Not saying that you have to do anything like that. Like whatever you want to do with your models is what you want to do with your models. Don't let anybody tell you differently. But yeah, that's just my opinion on the matter. I enjoy finding different bits and bobs from different places. My mini factory has a ton of artists that you can find stuff on. It's harder to find just like straight up shoulders or weapons or heads or some stuff like that. Most of the time you're going to end up finding someone who's like, hey, these are my space warriors or something like that. No, I get you. Like I said, you'll find on my manufacturer, people will have stuff like full squads or full individual units that will come in pieces that you have to assemble, and you can just take bits and bobs from them. Daka Daka is a really good one about that. Daka Daka, I think, is also on Cults if you want to look him up. But so yeah, you'll have stuff like that you can do if you want. You don't have to do anything you don't want. Cults is definitely the best place to find free stuff, in my opinion. There's also I don't remember the name of the website exactly, but there is a website out there that you can just search. You can put in a search term on it, and it exclusively looks for STLs. from different websites that match what you're asking for. I don't remember the name of the engine. If you Google it, it'll usually find something, and it'll search a whole bunch of websites. That's how I found out about CG Trader. That's one option. Yeah. You can definitely get dice off of cults. Again, I think my mini factory has a bunch of people who do dice and things like that. I don't personally like printing dice. And my reason for that is mostly because I'm not good at printing. So I'll end up with a lot of my supports will leave like little pit holes or like raised areas and things like that. It takes a lot of sanding, and then you kind of lose the shape a little bit. And that's just because I'm not really great at doing my settings. I have not consistently done 3D printing to the point where I've mastered it. Definitely something that you'll want if you want to actually get into Kill Team or into 40K. You will need some sort of tokens. You'll need stuff for Battle Shock and things like that. As far as for Kill Team, there's definitely tokens that are needed for that. If you don't get like the big box set. The big box comes with a lot of the tokens that you need. They're like cardboard, or there's some plastic ones that you can get out there. But yeah, there are definitely token stuff that you need to play those games correctly. Or else like you're not doing something right. Like I said, the main thing that you need tokens for, at least in 40K, is for like Battle Shock, and then objective markers. Those are the big things in 40K. And then there's the activation tokens in Kill Team that you're gonna need. So yeah, definitely a good place to find any kind of tokens. That seems like a lot. To be perfectly honest. Yeah, everybody uses dice for health, and you're going to be rolling a lot of dice. If you do decide to get into 40K, you're going to want a lot of dice. Like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, like I said, 40K, you're going to need a lot of dice. Like, especially if you ever decide to, I'm not saying that you're going to. If you ever decide to play orcs, you need a ridiculous amount of dice. Like, there are times where you'll be rolling 30 dice for one turn. Or really, not even for one turn, for one action. So, as far as 40K goes, you need just a ridiculous amount of dice in order to play that. I've played with a buddy a few times on TTS, and yeah, and there's so many. It not only is it like, oh god, I have to roll 30 dice now. It's like, oh, I've got to roll 30 dice, and all of them succeeded. Oh man, now I've got to roll 60 dice because they all hit twice. It's just, it's insane sometimes, depending on what you're doing. I personally have never played a game where I've had to use that many. I think the highest number I ever had to use was like 15. And that was honestly because I had already lost part of that squad. Like we were doing a melee, and I lost part of the squad earlier on in the game, and it was a madhouse. Am I like? Oh crap! I'm not doing half of one. You know what? I said this earlier in the stream. I said like 30 minutes into the stream, I need to make sure that I drink enough during the stream to keep my vocal cords wet, and I haven't had a drink in 2 hours. See, the thing about orc players, they know orcs suck at shooting. You go into the game, you know that you're not going to make most of your shots, so you're already ready to just run with the punches. That's how it is with orc players. And I think that's the main reason why orc players are so chill. It's because they already know, I'm going to attack you a whole bunch of times, probably none of them are going to hit, but that's fine. Man, I never actually painted that little doodad he's got on the end of the string. Oh. What do you mean by that, man? I'm not. What do you mean I'm playing a hazardous arm? What are you talking about? Yeah. Well, yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, especially since it's so easy for them to kill themselves. That's kind of an amazing feat that they have. Yeah. Well, that's just the nature of orcs, man. Even in the lore, they kind of accidentally kill themselves all the time. And then there's other times where, you know, they can teleport through a Titan's shields and start murdering everybody inside. You know, it's the nature of orcs. Everything about them is. I am starting to struggle to see the things that I need to be seeing. Is that not the official model? Oh. Oh. Wow. That is something. I don't know that I would do that. I don't know that I would print that up and paint that. That looks overly complicated. That does not look like something that would be fun to paint because there's just too much stuff. Hey man, if that's what you want to do it. I just got rid of a bunch of models, or I say got rid of. I just sold a bunch of models because they were too detailed, and I just couldn't bring myself to actually doing them because they just weren't my style. Well, you would think that they were, because I primarily have been painting chaos throughout my time of doing all this. But what was I doing? Rain? That's what I was doing. Yeah, I primarily do. Honestly, the main army that I excel at is Death Guard. That's what I do the most in, and they look pretty good. But oh, that's coming out a little fast. So, like, those are incredibly detailed. And I've got a, I do have a model. It's not available anymore, but I have a Great Unclean One model that I want to print up that I would like to do on stream sometime. I want to get a lot of my stuff figured out. I want to be able to get my camera focused a little bit better because it's not focusing that well. I want to get my lighting set up better, so that you're able to see a lot more of what I'm doing. But yeah, I have a Great Unclean One print that's very much modeled after the Nurgle, the actual Nurgle god artwork that is posted a lot. Got like the teeth around his neck and whatnot. So that's something I will be doing at some point in time. I need to get my printer figured out. I kind of fucked up at some point in time. I don't know when. I don't know when I did this, but there's some resin that got onto the actual screen. And I have not been able to get it cleaned off to a satisfactory point. So I haven't been doing a lot of printing. The last thing I printed was an Illidan Stormrage. And it turned out really well, but there were some hiccups in the print, and some stuff didn't actually get printed. That is so thick. So there are aspects of it that don't look that good. I think there's a lot of those, actually. They're usually chaos oriented. But yeah, you'll find all kinds of stuff. Like I said earlier, Daka Daka has a whole bunch of heads for like Iron Warriors that look really good. Some of the best ones I've seen. Daka Daka did. I really gotta make sure I center. I keep getting off camera. I think it's the 2Ks. I'm not positive about that. I follow him on my mini factory. I can look it up. Let's see. All the way to the bottom. It's 2Ks, but it's all together. Let me see. He has a... Yeah. He does a lot of Kickstarters as well. Where you can get STLs ahead of like their official release on his stores. So also something to look at is potentially if you want, you can look into Kickstarter for some stuff. I bought a few things off of Kickstarter that are really cool. And you get kind of a rotating door of stuff whenever you're looking through the Kickstarter things, because people upload a lot. I mean, granted, you find a lot of not safe for work models, but that's a different story entirely. Over here, be over here. You set up some sort of that tells me, hey, you're painting in the wrong spot. Because no one can see when I'm over here, when I'm painting comfortably over here, nobody can see anything. So I gotta make sure that I bring it back. Trying to get some. Yeah, I've seen his fire lizards sets. He does really good work. It's honestly kind of amazing some of the people that are on there. The work that they can pump out as often as they do. Like, Gamic and their ability to put out like almost full armies every month. It's amazing. Oh man. Sorry. I stopped talking there for a second. I got really focused on what I was doing. Wow, that delay is intense. Oh, yeah. Their sister stuff is really good. I thought about getting some of their Alpha Legion stuff a little while back. But I decided against it because I didn't need to do yet a Chaos Army. I've already got like 1,500 points of Black Legion, and then I've probably got 2,500 points worth of Death Guard, and then I've probably got another 200 points of Sons of Malice. I've got some, what are they called? 1,000 Sun stuff. Like I did a Magnus the Red a little while back. Like I have so many Chaos things. I was like, no, I'm not going to pick up any Alpha Legion. That would be a mistake. That would be too much. Too much work that I don't need to be doing. I need to put the metallics on. I need the gold. So, and just so you know, man, like be careful with the whole doing 3D print stuff. Like not for your sake, but like I have like 2 terabytes worth of STLs. 99% of which I have not printed. Like it's real easy to get carried away with STLs. It's real easy to and like I have a bit of an addiction to buying paints. Why I have so many colors. I have something like 570 different paints that I can bust out at any given time. It's intense. So you definitely got to watch yourself getting into this hobby because it can run away with you very quickly. I'm sure if she wanted, Rain could tell you horror stories of all the crap that we have. But yeah, it gets out of hand real easily. Yeah. All right. Well, like I said, be careful. Be careful with this hobby. It runs away very quickly. And like I said, I got like something like 570 paints. I already have like another 200 paints. No, it's not. No, that's an exaggeration. More like 80. I have like another 80 paints I've already paid for that I'm literally just waiting for them to ship. That I bought like a year and a half ago. Off of Kickstarter. And they're supposed to be shipping sometime in like the next 2 months. But yeah, and I have nowhere to put all that. I have no idea where that's gonna go. My hobby desk is not that big. It does not have a lot of space for stuff. I have another 18 paints that came out yesterday that I'm looking to get from my local game store. It's bad. This hobby can drain your wallet like nothing. Ooh. Yeah, like I said, just watch yourself, man. I 2 terabytes worth of STLs. I can print almost anything I want. I still buy models. I can print basically anything I could ever want to do, and I'm still buying models. So if that doesn't tell you how addictive this stuff is. Oh. Boss man. So small. I'm really liking this model though. Then again, most of the Curse City models are really fun to do. Because they're all pretty unique. Yeah. Someone pretty recently made, whenever they did the whole, there are female custodies and there always have been. Someone made a female custodies model. It's horrendous. But there's some weird stuff out there. Why am I dinging? Oh, holy crap. There's so many people that have gone live. You hush. I don't need your sass. Okay. What are we at? We're at 245. I still have a pretty good wait. Okay. Let's see. What's next? Should shade the books. Should put some more detail into the staff. Should put some more detail into his beard. A little bit. Skip the scrolls. Alright. I think that's all the metal bits on him. He doesn't have a lot of metallics, which is really nice. There's one of the models that's in this set. Oh, what's wrong, man? Well, yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of Eldar children in general. They're so long-lived, they don't really reproduce that often. And with the whole Slaanesh issue, it became even less common. Oh yeah, Dark Eldar are horrible. Color do I pull that? I don't want to do that. I'm gonna do khaki. Ooh, no, I'm gonna do golden brown. Supposedly that's brown. Not brown, but it says it's brown. Yeah, there's a lot about the Drukhari that's a symbol of status that's really horrific, so... Like, everything about the homunculi is just... See, that's not brown. That's yellow. You're calling that golden brown. That is yellow. Let's see how it ends up. It might be exactly what I want. It might not be. Drying very quickly. That does not behave. I'm not getting not nearly as much as I would like. I should clean my brush. That would probably help. I'm gonna clean the brush. Quick. So let's see what I can get to. There's some pigment coming out of there. It definitely needed to be cleaned. Almost washed that in the wrong water. That would have been awful. Oh yeah, I can even see the difference on it. Oh, I should have washed that a while ago. One. That looks much better. All right, let's try this again. Paint flowing where I want. I should have done that a while ago. That's my fault. Not paying attention to how long I've been doing this. How long have I been here? Almost 3 hours? Yeah. That's about right. Probably should have painted or cleaned my brush 2 or 3 times by now. I'm just getting caught up in the conversation now. No, actually, it's nice having some folks to talk to over here. My last stream, I mean, yeah, I had some people to talk to last stream, but the more people that are in the chat, the better. I know I got a couple of people in here who are just kind of lurking and being quiet, but there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes. Sometimes they are. Sometimes it makes sense. You know, there's a lot of times where there were a lot of questions I had when I first got into the hobby. I watched so much YouTube about miniature painting. I still do. I still watch a ton of YouTube about miniature painting because some of these guys that do this professionally are just outstanding. It is mind-blowing what some of these guys do with a paintbrush. I would love to one day be that good. Granted, most of the guys that I'm watching have been painting for like 10 to 20 plus years. So, you know, it makes sense that they really know what they're doing. I've only been painting for like 4 years. So... on the tip of this thing. Right there. Is that coming through on camera? I would love for it to come through on camera. Well, if I put it in frame... No, it's not. Oh well. Some of it's coming through on the staff, though. You can see the staff a little bit. I need to highlight up those books. Let me get some edge highlights on those. Make them pop a little more. I think you're running a 3D printer. Well, see, that's the thing. You can kit bash without a 3D printer. Because that's kind of why it's called kit bashing. You get multiple kits and you bash them together. It works really well on orcs. Space Marines, too. You can do a lot with Space Marines. But, yeah, you can do a lot more. Yeah, you're right. It will... kit bashing without a printer will kill your wallet. Well, depending on the quality of printer that you go after, like, you also have to look at, you know, maintenance costs, the cost of the resin, because it took me a while to find the right kind of resin that I like. I mean, you could do an FDM printer. FDM printers don't work well for miniatures. If you're going to be printing for miniatures, you definitely want to go with a resin printer. The one that I'm after right now is like $1,800, so like that's just not feasible. That's not going to be a thing that happens anytime soon. But that's the one that I like. It's got a ton of features that you don't need. I think the one that I have right now that I used to use until I messed it up. Try to get it cleaned up. It was like a $300 print, and it's fantastic. It's real user friendly, or real new user friendly. If you're new to printing, it's really friendly with that. Anycubic, that's the brand that I went with for my first printer. They're really first-time user-friendly. After a while, you start wanting features that their printers don't necessarily have. Which is kind of the case with any hobby. You're always going to get to a point of wanting something better. Frozen is a really good one. Frozen with a PH. They do a lot of really good entry-level printers that a lot of people even use as advanced users. So yeah, like I said, anytime I'm doing Space Marines, I print something for them. So that, to customize a little bit, whether it be like shoulders, heads. Sometimes I'll do their squad markings as well. I think there's someone on Cults that has like squad markings that you can print off that are pretty good for that. So there's just a ton of stuff that you can find with 3D printing that contributes to the hobby. This is going to be hideous. I can already tell this is a mistake. I'm going to do it anyways, but this is a mistake. Pull you. Oh, what? That's the game store. What is the game store telling me? Oh, okay. That sucks for them. Apparently my game store is having an issue with their with the GW release for tomorrow. That sucks. That is too green. That is too bright of a green. I'm gonna put this on. It's gonna look bad. But I also did Virgin Mary Blue earlier, so we'll see what this ends up looking like. No, music, you don't need to be all dramatic with me. Whenever I'm trying to do some of these delicate things that I do. This soundtrack, oh my god, it always times this shit out. That's cool, man. You do you. I'm gonna be here for another hour, probably. But if you gotta go, you gotta go. That's your prerogative, man. You have a good one. This might not be too bad. Hey man, follows are always appreciated. You have a good one. It was nice talking with you. I said it was gonna suck, and it didn't. It actually, the green turned out really nice. And I hate that my lighting won't let you see it. That green, like, you can kind of see the dark green that's in there. Can't see the highlights that I did, but it looks really cool. I really like it. Oh, and I am killing my back. Oh. I need to sit up straight, and I'm just not doing that. Okay. Let's do some face highlights. You know what we want to do for some face highlights? We're gonna bounce over here. We're gonna try to get the wire out of my paint. Ugh. I really gotta find a better way to set this up. Let's see. Here we go. There we go. There we go. I want olive flesh. Olive flesh. Great. Great color for highlighting flesh. As far as a base coat, awful. Awful for a base coat. Great for a highlight. Alright. Oh, well, that's mixing up. Let's take a drink. Hold on. While I'm thinking about it, because I'm looking at rain over there. Let's see if I can make this work. Alright. So we're gonna go, what? Hey, it worked! Cool! Alright, Rain has mod privileges now. What that does, I don't know. But now Rain can mod for me. I don't like the way that they do that. I really don't. But that's neither here nor there. I really would like there just be like a menu where I can just be like, hey, give this person one. But no, they want it to be in chat. Like all the commands are in chat. Okay. I was doing flesh. That's what I was doing. I was highlighting flesh. Okay. My signal. All right. Signal's still good. Yeah, that should be. That should highlight. Look at my reference image. Yeah, his eyes are just hollow. It's weird. I wasn't expecting his eyes to just be completely hollowed out. Highlights on those cheekbones. A little bit of spot highlight. Top of it. Okay. All right. Now, looking at the reference, there is some text on that page that's hanging. So do we want to do text on that page that's hanging out? We kind of do. Let's... what do I got? Is this on the board? Oh. Okay. Whoa. Model almost went flying. That would have been awful, getting this far along and then just yeet the model across the room. I did not have that color. I think that'll make a good text color. At least for these. What in my mind are old. How do they have it done? Not getting any flow. Try that again. Or under the key. Right. Much needed, but it looks good. Need to get some definition on his beard. So I need to find my apothecary white. Pretty simple to find. It was the first jar I found. But it is going to take a little while to mix up because I have not used apothecary white in probably years. It's probably been literal years since I've used apothecary white. Oh man. Let's close out this stuff. Alright. Okay. Was that my... Yeah, I guess it was. Alright. Very white on the beard. Add definitely. I don't typically like using contrast paints, but for hair, contrast is kind of the way to go. Does a really good job shading where you want to shade, leaving highlights, at least if you're doing this over. Did it over white so the beard would look gray. Done. Apothecary white is not white. I use it correctly. Not really succeed. Yeah, has some definition there. It's going to take a little while to dry. Let's put away. Okay. Highlighted the face, shaded the beard, we've worked on the cloak, put in some metallics, we worked on the staff. I think the next stage is to age up those books, or at least the paper in the books. Looking at some of the paper on the scroll, accidentally got book. Ooh, and the scroll has a... I have not done anything. Let's get that. Try to get a bunch of these model paint. Fairly good. A little bit of spillover, but that's not to be expected. Come back here in a second. The paper on the scroll needs to be cleaned up anyway. It doesn't look that great. I know y'all can't see that, but there's a little too much primer showing through, so let's get that nice. Why? Painting white over black. Always a mistake. But it works out. I mean, granted, it's warm white, but it's still... Well, it's taupe. It's more taupe than it is white, but... You don't have to be totally put down. Alright, you need to age the paper. I don't want to go too brown. That's yellow. That's red. Go skeleton. Skeleton heart is pretty good. We're gonna try Agros Dunes. We're gonna do another contrast paint to age the paper. And it looks like we're probably gonna be done with this model before we hit our 4-hour mark. So I'm gonna have to switch over to a new model, which is fine. I can start on a new model. No big deal. Ooh, my Agros Dunes is gross. It's really gross. That's thicker than I... Well, work with what you got. I am glad I picked Agros Dunes. That is basically the perfect color to do this. I like that more than I should like. That is cool. Citadel does know how to do contrast paint. Really know what they're doing with their contrast. God, that looks good. This. Alright. So, a really good job of aging the books. Well, is it gonna work? Okay. That looks good. They definitely look aged. All that stuff looks super old. I need to do some highlights on the orb. Oh. Need some caffeine because I'm trying to fall asleep here on stream and that is not good. Oh man. Okay. Let us continue. I think the orb is really all I've got left. Color I want to use. It's not quite white. It's gonna look white. It's gonna look very white. Whenever I do it, but it is in fact white blue. It is a blue with a significant amount of white pigment in it, but it is in fact a blue. So this should act as a good highlight color for that orb. Give it a little bit more oomph. Okay. Not too bad. Right, without being. Not gonna do there. Doesn't feel right. Because it is under a stick. I think that looks pretty good. I think our man is done. Alright, we got done with him a little early, but we're not quite done with the model yet. You still need to texture paste him. Question is what paste did I use? I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to paint it. So I do my models a little bit differently. Look at him, you can see he's got this sticky. He's got this little platform underneath. You can't see it. You can see it better over here. You can see it better over here. Yeah, there it is. I use this double-sided tape so that if I want, I can peel him off the base, and then peel the tape off. Now we are free to start working on the base. Now, he is not going to require any specialty facing. We're not going to do anything like that. I could bust out my skulls pack and do that for him. That would make a little bit more sense. But what we're going to do right now, we're going to take some acryl Martian sand. Oh, red earth. It's called red earth. Take some acryl red earth. It is fine, not the extra fine. The extra fine texture is concrete, and it's super smooth. Then there's the ultra fine, that is snow, and then there's the coarse, which we don't talk about. Coarse is just a bunch of rocks with some glue. Not that great. Like, this isn't that dissimilar, but the texturing is more appropriate. Then is for their version. I've lost my train of thought. I'm so tired. I don't know what's going on. All right, so we've got our texture. Got it pretty thin too. Thin will help it dry a little bit faster. So there's that. Texture paste. I have to wait for that to dry before I can do anything else. So our options right now, I don't know if you're still here, Walrus. But we can do a handful of different models. I don't know really what I want to pick out. Let's set these aside. We'll set those aside. He's curing up a little bit. Texture paste is going to cure up a bit. We're going to come back to that later and do the flock. No, we're not going to do the flock. We actually have to paint it first, and then we do the flock. Because the red is the wrong color, but the red is the correct texture. So we'll go in and we'll paint that later to get the appropriate color that we want. We're going to get that. Yeah. So now, I guess what I need to do is let's turn off Octren. Turn him off on the screen. There he goes. Bye-bye, Octren. Shift that over there. Work on the tank. I don't think we work on the tank right now. I think right now we work on a space marine. That's what we do. Okay. I need more water. More water for my palette so things don't dry out. More water for the palette. So we're doing the space marine. Here's our assault intercessor. What we're gonna do with him first? We're gonna do the blue. We're gonna do the blue first. So we need dark gray blue. Of course, we need to mix it up, but you know, that's every paint. Little paint down on the palette. Now have paint on my hand. Okay. All right. Get this marine done. I have a whole squad of assault intercessors I've not worked on. I've been working on them all individually. I did the sergeant, and then I've done 3 other marines. I still have this guy, and then another 5 to go on this set. It is ridiculous. I really should have been working. But I got tired of it. Honestly, I got a little burnt out on it. I had done so many marines so close together at that time. It's been a while. I've been using these marines as a way to bridge the gap between models. So they're getting done just a little bit more slowly. I still have so many marines in Leviathan. A little bit. Plus, I have a squad of Hellblasters that need to be done. So many. And then I've got all my blind box. Plague Marines that need. Those are fun because those are all unique. All unique poses, sculpts, all that kind of stuff. They usually have a couple of head swaps that you can do with them. This time around, I'm trying to do the pose heads whenever possible. Sometimes they've just got multiple helmets. Faces. But when it comes to the blind boxes, I do them. I do them however they. Because they are unique. Like that's the thing. They all have sculpts that you don't see very often in Space Marine. Honestly, kind of just like a lot of people are like, oh no, Space Marine's the best. No, they're not. You know they're not. Why do you keep insisting? All the stories about Space Marine. So? Is my blue coming through? My blue is coming through. Really good on camera. It's darker in person than it is. I don't know how that's working. But it is. That's what. I want to finish this. I want to basically just finish all my models on stream from now on. So, like, that's why I'm not, like, just cutting stream. Finishing Octren. Time comes, which really means I'm just going to be probably at the beginning of next stream, whenever that is. I don't know if it's going to be Sunday or Monday. It's going to be one of those days. It's either going to be Sunday or Monday, whenever I come back. Hoping for Sunday. I'm also cautiously optimistic because it could go bad, go awful. The Twitch meta could change completely, and all the advice I've been getting on how to succeed at Twitch could be outdated and wrong. I doubt it, but it's possible. So, yeah. Half hour? Complete a Space Marine in half an hour? Probably not. Especially considering that I've got to put pretty much white color on him over his black armor. Cool. Hey, you should probably synthol his head in. I'm really sorry about it. It keeps happening. I don't know why I'm going over that way. Like, I'm positioned right now that it makes the most sense for me to be like painting right here. For some reason, I keep going over here. I don't know why. Peaceful. Feel that. Music. Kicking my ass. Yeah. Did you just come back from a while? Yeah. So I basically finished Octren, and I am waiting for the texture paste on his base to dry. So while I'm doing that, so that I can run out the full length of the stream that I want to, I have a Space Marine. Nah, you're good, man. Don't worry about it. You don't have to defend yourself to me. Yeah, I'm working on the Space Marine while I wait for that texture paste to dry. So this way I can keep busy. and not end early because I want to make that 4-hour mark. Actually, today I kind of want to make a 4.5-hour mark. I don't think I will. Because I've been talking for the past, like, how long have I been here? 3.5 hours? I've been talking, like, nonstop for 3.5 hours. I'm getting a little tired. My voice is getting a little itchy. I'd like to make it to 4.5 hours. And the reason I want to do that is my last stream, I only made it to 3.5 hours before I cut it. And I want to make... yeah, I know. I will hear in a second. I want to make... there's an achievement in Twitch for hitting 8 hours in 30 days. And I'd like to have that 8-hour mark by the end of my second stream. So I will probably be running a little later today than I did last time. Well, no, I am. I am running later than I did last time. Because last time, at this point, I was done. But I want, like I said, I want to hit that 8 hours streamed by the end of my second stream. I'd like to have also hit 5 followers by the end of the stream. I don't think that's going to happen. And I don't think that's going to happen because it counts them weird. Like, for whatever reason, like, I had 2 followers at the end of last stream, but it's only giving me credit for 1. It's like, hey, you have these 2 people in your follower list, but then whenever I go over to the section that's like talks about followers, there's only 1. Sorry, I was taking a drink there. So yeah, I don't really understand. The system might be a little bit bugged, but that's okay. Oh. Let's get this guy. So yeah. Yes, I'm doing a Space Marine. And the texture paste is drying. It's not drying as fast as I would like it to. I put it on pretty thin so that hopefully it would be dry before I ended stream. So that, let's reposition the mic. I was hoping that I would have the texture paste dry before the end of the stream. So I could get the texture or the base painted, because I've been putting them on brown dirt for the Cursed City models, and the texture paste that I have is red. I don't want to use that as the base for that game because it's a very dark game. So I'm going to end up painting the texture paste brown. And then I'm going to be putting some flock onto it. And I need the paste to be dry before I can paint it, before I can put flock on. I might even, depending on how much I feel like putting the flock on, I don't think I'm going to do crazy amounts like I've done in the past. It's just going to be real subtle. That way. He just has some visual. I'm going to avoid putting on any flowers, because flowers would be stupid. A grim gothic setting. Essentially what Cursed City is. Oh, man. This color is applying very unevenly. Like, some places it's coming on real thick, and other places it's going on real thin. And I'm using the same consistency of paint the whole time. I don't know what's going on. It's flowing on real well, though, and that's really what I'm... Oh, 1 sec. It says at the bottom you got 4. Yeah, it said, like, I'm seeing 4 up there. There's another screen. There's another screen that it will only it only shows 3. I don't know what the deal is, and it's not like concurrent or anything. I don't know what that is. It's not worth worrying about right now. The number is so low. It's not important. I'm not really big enough for my follower count to matter. I would like to see the nice shinies go through on the back end. But you know, if it doesn't want to give me the shinies, it doesn't want to give me the shinies. I'm a little high. You know, you would think I would do things with bright colors so that they would show up on stream. You can kind of see the blue. It's a dark blue. Like, I'm not going to deny that. It is a dark blue. And then there's all these shadows being cast by weapons. Like I said, it is a dark blue that goes on. That might not be as poppy as I want it to be. That paint water is dirty. Whenever I start doing the arms and backpack, I think a lot more will start showing through because those are supposed to be white. They're supposed to be white. I don't paint them white. I paint them in a bright neutral gray. Because that is better for highlighting. Yeah, whenever you're using white, you don't ever want to use pure white if you plan on highlighting it, because it won't highlight. Because white is as bright as you go. You go with a bright gray, then you can use white as your highlight and have that extra definition. So I typically go with a bright gray instead of the white. Somehow I'm doing as horribly as I expected. Because I'm pretty tired. Like it's been a interesting day. Mostly because I've been doing so much work trying to get ready for these streams that I haven't really been focusing much on my normal day-to-day stuff, like the stuff that I usually do every day. I haven't been really focusing on that because I've been trying to work on making this stream a more pleasant experience for everyone. Going through and actually isolating out the music. That was something I had to do to make it so that whenever like I stop talking, you still got something there to necessarily, because that isn't. Nobody likes. We have a little bit of music playing in the background, but it was being real finicky last stream because of the way I had everything mapped out in my Windows settings, and I didn't correct it before the stream. So my system was just doing stuff that it wasn't supposed to. Where am I? I'm almost off screen. I'll be over here. That's looking really good. Now for the bright gray. On really thin. Going on a little thick. Need to thin it down a little bit. A little better. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We'll clean up that arrow a little bit. So, yeah. Oh. Hey. Okay. I need to take a moment to stretch, because I don't. I'm gonna fall asleep at my desk, and I don't want that. I need. Oh. 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 Okay. Pop my back, pop my neck. I immediately feel better. Oh. Okay. Get that twig. Okay. That's a little bit better. Let's go back to painting that on. That was entirely too. I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it. I'm sitting here, I'm like, it's too thick, and I'm not even fucking doing it. Okay. Is that better? That's better. To make sure I don't overdo it. Yeah, motherfucker. I know. we looking at the texture paste? It's still wet as hell. Yeah. How's that looking? Pretty decent. I have to go back over it, get a little bit better coverage so the primer's not showing. But send that down again. Much better. Work on the other arm. Which should be easier to work on. Basically fully exposed. Which honestly wouldn't surprise me. The number of times I found recent kits from GW that have had just flat out wrong information in the instructions on how to build them is a little infuriating. Old line. Shoulder now. Oh, why am I digging? Oh, because somebody did something on Discord. Try not to cover not the logo, the chapter symbol. Too much. Chapter. That arm is looking real ugly. Looking real. Hold there first. Once again, I'm painting off camera. Okay. Do the backpack, gotta do the helmet. Unless somebody is touching your canvas. That can Getting called out in the comments there, Walrus. Oh, God. Keep like glancing over and seeing all these spots. It's like, nope, the paint is too thin there. You need to put more down. Lower up that. That primer. Infuriating. But yeah, doing white on top of black, that's kind of what you run into. But the rest of the model needs the black primers. Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. Haven't made any colossal fuck-ups on that. No one's coming. Always does. Yep, there it is, right? Not paying attention. All over that. It does not look like that texture paste is going to be eyed by it. It's time to end the stream. It's just not going to be. We're going to have to finish that next time. Like I said before, I don't know exactly when the next stream is going to be. Right now, tentatively, we're going to be doing Sunday, sometime between 2 and 2:30. But it is also very possible that might get shifted to Monday instead. Just depending on like how much behind the scenes work I'm able to get done before then. I would like to get a lot of work. There's a whole lot of stuff that needs to be done for the channel. I want to have a little bit more artwork done. I want actual starting screen, but it took you too long to reply to that. But yeah, we're probably gonna be, like I said, the tentative idea right now is Sunday around 2 to 2:30, possibly Monday. Genuinely don't know. So much work. But I am thankful to be doing this again. I am really glad that I decided to actually pick this up. We have made the 4 hour mark. Cool. Don't know that 4.5 hour mark is going to be a thing. Could be, but probably not. Especially with what I think. Yep. So I'm going to finish up this white coat. And going to come close to the end. We're going to try to raid. We're going to try to send a raid off to someone. Just to see what happens. Hopefully it'll work out. Theoretically, we'll be able to possibly expand the community that much more. So primer. Oh, and I completely missed a couple of spots. Go ahead and get that. Get that before I stop focusing on it. Didn't actually get to doing it. But that's okay. This is our in the meantime model. I guess is the best way of putting it. So whenever we're waiting for something to dry or not quite met the length of stream, bust out one of these guys. Do pretty. Is it? All right. Yeah, that's looking pretty decent. Let's do that. Go ahead and do that. Okay. Go ahead and get the helmet. Oh. Completely marred up something. Oh. I'm gonna finish up his base. Okay. Put them aside, wash off the brush a little bit, and let's test this thing out. It always says you have to do it in the chat, so let's do a thing in the chat. Okay. Hop over here. We'll look at this. Okay. Did you have a preference? Okay. Well, let's do that. And all right, so we're gonna call this stream there. We're gonna raid Pelka, and hopefully, yeah, we're just gonna send you over there. All right. Never mind. We're not gonna raid Pelka because their setup says we're not allowed to do that. So never mind. We're gonna go ahead and stream there. It's been so much fun. I appreciate everybody that came in. Everybody that was chatting, and yeah, see y'all next time.